Okay, welcome. I'm kind of back, kind of better, but yeah. Let's just have a chill stream today because the past week I had COVID and I really felt horrible. Holy shit. Oh yeah, I shouldn't swear at the start of the stream. Well, fuck it. Um, there I did it again. um, all these times during the whole pandemic and everything, I kept testing negative, and I just never, well, I don't think I had it, but this week it finally got to me. So, yeah, it was absolutely horrible, let me tell you. But we're back, I'm kind of feeling better. The worst is gone, so yesterday was still a little bit iffy, but today I'm kind of feeling relatively back to normal. So let's see how it goes today. Only thing is, my throat is still a little bit F, but other than that, it's kind of okay. Yeah, I do know. People here in the house had it before me, and I was basically just well, distancing myself from everybody. Basically just staying upstairs for as much as I could. But you know, they had gone to London for a weekend, and they came back, and basically all of them one by one just got sick with COVID. One of them already felt sick on the way home, and then the others, well, followed shortly after. Um, and they were all getting better, and I was like, "Whew, thank God, I missed it again," you know. And then past Sunday, in the afternoon, I started, well, feeling a little bit, just just a little bit, like shiverish and stuff like that. And Sunday evening started to get a little bit worse, and then during the night, I just couldn't sleep. I just was just twisting and turning the entire night, and so the day after, I was like, you know what? I still have a test. Let me just test myself. And, well, you guessed it, tested positive. So I was like, okay. Um, been in bed from like basically Sunday evening till what, Wednesday afternoon or something like that. And yeah, the worst was Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Monday it was like a really bad fever, really bad flu. Um, and like I had this. The thing is, I have not had any pain in my throat whatsoever, so that was kind of nice. Um, Basically, my doctor had told me to just take like uh, paracetamol every day for like twice every well, two every 4 hours, and that seemed to have helped. I have not had any pain in my throat whatsoever. Um, but the thing that I had that was absolutely horrible, I just had joint pains all over my body for like 3 days straight. Like, and not like a little bit, but like really fucking crazy. Like, my fingers were absolutely killing me. Like, it would just ebb and flow. Like, it would come up for like 10 seconds, and then it would get less worse. And then I guess maybe a little break of like 20 to 30 seconds, and then it would come back, just stings in my fingers. And then on Tuesday, it started spreading to my elbows. And on Wednesday, it was just basically every joint in my body. It was just like my fingers, my elbows, my knees, my ankles. Um, it was absolutely horrible. But yeah, exactly. My whole body was just like, and it's weird because it was like these pains that would just come and go for like I said, like 10 seconds, and then maybe a period of 20 seconds or 30 seconds with less pain, and then it would come back, and it would just go up and down like that the entire fucking day. At least I know that the chance that I've had this before is pretty, well, pretty small, because I've never had this before. So I guess my feeling that I dodged the bullet for this long was kind of right. Although, you know, there's always a chance that I just had a really mild case somewhere back in the day during the pandemic that I just didn't know about. But other than that, I don't think I ever had this before. It's kind of like the flu, yeah, but then worse. You know, I've had flus before, but this was absolutely horrible. Like with the flu, sure, I'll sleep a couple of hours and then I'll be able to get out of bed for a little bit again and just do some stuff, you know. But this, I was just like from, I guess 3.5 days just in bed, just couldn't do anything. Couldn't even fucking watch like some anime or something because my brain would just start hurting by with everything I do. Anyways, we're back. A bit bright in here, but it's still daylight, so it's again pretty hot out here today. So window is open, but just to get some cool air right now. But then when it starts to get darker, I'll have to close everything again because otherwise, you know the deal. We get mosquitoes. I have been doing some stuff though yesterday because yesterday was the first day I kind of was a little bit back up and doing stuff. And oh yeah, that was another thing that happened for me. Like the first day on Monday, I had this absolutely horrible headache. Like not just like for an hour or something, but like basically the entire day. Like 24 hours or more. It was just like my head was just pounding and I could take like medicine for it, nothing worked. The headache would just stay. And it was like this pounding headache for like more than 24 hours. And luckily that was only the first day, but then the joint pains came in and that was basically just as fucking as bad, but yeah, it was really it was really annoying. Glad I've had it now, and I'm back to relatively normal. Yeah, it wasn't fun. It wasn't fun. Anyways, yesterday though, I felt like, oh yes, I kind of feel better again. But I tried doing some production, working on some tracks, but my brain was just not up for it at all. So I was like, let me try and do some sound design experiments or something. And you guys might know that I've been working on some stuff that is, well, uses a lot more, I guess, melody and harmony is one part that we've been doing a lot lately. But I've also been very interested in the more like textural, organic kind of sounds lately. And that's also kind of what the new music is going into. Well, a lot more into that direction than what I would do in the past. Um, but the one thing I always struggled with, or I kind of still struggle with every once in a while, and especially in the last couple of months on stream, is when I get to doing like bass lines. I just couldn't come up with the right things, right? And that's mostly because the basses that I kind of envisioned being part of this new music are also the kind of basses that I most of the time always sucked at. I just wasn't good at all. So yesterday, when I kind of felt better again, I decided to do some sound design experiment, and I was like, let me try and just listen to a track that I really like that has sort of like a bass like that, and see if I can kind of make something in the same ballpark. So I picked a track, and one of the tracks that I picked was, or the track that I picked was an old Cohen soundtrack from the Cohen Sound and Asa EP. It was that track, you probably know it, track called Starlight, and that bass in there has that sort of like really organic neuro, what is it, liquid neuro kind of sound, whatever you want to call it. Um, and that's also a sound that I usually would absolutely suck at. So I was like, how would I even make something like that? And I was like, let me just try something out. So I did that, and I actually ended up making this bass. And I was like, huh, that actually sounds pretty cool. Might not be the exact same, but it has a similar kind of sound, similar kind of texture. And I was like, okay. Wait, why is that not? Oh, because that's turned off. So I made this bass. Let me grab my headphones. And I'm kind of getting a little bit better at these sounds now. So might as well make something today and see if we can do some more bass stuff like it and make some more resample bass. I can also show you the whole thing. This was kind of what I did. I just made that bass and then added some piano and added a little bit of a drum loop on top of it. Nothing too spectacular, didn't really make necessarily a rhythmic pattern for the bass or anything. It was just a couple of sustained notes. And then just played some random piano on top while there was a drum loop playing as well. Just to kind of give me a bit of a feeling as to what that bass would sound like in some kind of context. But you get what I mean. I just wasn't up for making a track yesterday, so I ended up making this though as an experiment, and I was actually quite happy with how it turned out compared to what usually happens when I try these kind of sounds. So don't want to toot my own horn, but maybe I am getting better at it. But this is what I ended up making yesterday. How would you process a sub like? I assume it is a rather simple chain. I guess we'll do something like that today. Might not do the exact same thing, but you know, just something in that same kind of ballpark maybe. We'll see what happens. So if you want to see that, then I guess just stay here and keep watching. The process is not that simple, honestly. It's basically a bit of a process of repeating the same kind of step over and over until you get something that sounds nice. You kind of start from a really simple sound, and you just start adding movement, and then, well, when you're adding movement, you're also removing frequencies, and then after you've done that, you kind of do something to bring the frequencies back, and then you repeat the whole process, kind of like the whole Neuro kind of bass kind of thing, which is also what I've been getting a lot more into lately. Again, because I've been struggling a lot with bass, and you know, a lot of the other things that I'm working on for the new music is all kind of going pretty well, like the music part and the drums and all that kind of stuff. That's no issue anymore. Like that's all coming pretty easy these days. It's mostly the basses that I would always struggle with. So it was like, how can I get to a kind of a sound for the music in terms of the bass that will work for it, without breaking my head every single time when I try and make some bass. And I was like, maybe I just need to go back to the fundamental ideas of how Neuro bass works, because that's kind of what gives you these really textured, really almost organic kind of sounding things. And so that's what I've been doing a lot lately, and I kind of have been enjoying it a lot. So, but the whole process is basically that. It's just, taking a simple sound, filtering, adding movement in all kinds of ways, compressing it, distorting it to bring some stuff back, and then just repeat that over and over until you get something you like. But there is a little bit of a trick to it, I guess, that you can use to kind of guide it in a way that it doesn't become too random, because that's the other sort of like thing that I guess the sort of like the downside of it is it's really easy to just do random stuff, and then you get this really long resampled file which just has like a lot of stuff in it, and probably 70 to 75 or 80% of it is unusable, and then there's a couple of useful bits in there. Like, that's not really great in my opinion, and it's also not really what inspires me, because then you have this gigantic file to cut up and work through. Plus, Ableton also tends to become slower when you have really long resampled files in your project, because what happens is you drag or you might be resampling like a sound for, like, I don't know what I would do back in the day, have like a sound running and then just twist knobs or have like some randomized modulators and all that kind of stuff, and you would end up with maybe a file that's like 5 to 10 minutes long, and that would be recording, but that's then also saved in your project file, right? So if in your project file you'll have these folders, which you cannot see, but if we do that, we can. I finally made a view for that. You have this sample folder, right? And you've got a process folder, but then you would also get a folder called recorded. And all those long resample takes are going to be stored in that project file folder. And the more of these long files are in that folder, the slower the project also tends to get. So I just wasn't necessarily too much of I wasn't really happy with how that worked. So I kind of have been doing things in a little bit of a different way, and that is just by making sort of like longer files, but not too long. Like maybe make them 16 bars or 32 bars at most, and then just add movement to that, bounce that to audio, and then repeat that on that new file. And then if you have to, repeat that again, so that you don't get these really gigantic long takes. And then when you have one that sort of like has enough texture and enough movement in it, then you put it into a sampler, and from there you just do the final sort of like whole thing where you try and work it into a track, work it into a MIDI melody with pitch bends and all that kind of stuff. And you can still have sort of like some randomized stuff in there at that point, because then you can just let that... Damn. That's what I mean. My throat is still not completely back, but you can kind of still have some randomized stuff, even if you're working on the actual track, because it doesn't matter too much, and it might actually give you some nice little unexpected things, but unexpected within the same sort of like whole kind of like sound that you've been creating, as opposed to, like setting up a patch with like a ton of random LFOs moving everything around, and then you get like all these random things that might not even be usable. But if you have just this one file that has like a lot of different kinds of movements in it, but all the movement that is in it is sort of like in the same kind of sound or the same kind of area of where you want it to be, then you can pick random positions in that file when you're putting it into a sampler, for instance, and you will get still slight variations on everything, but it's all going to be a lot more contained and a lot more usable, what comes out of it. And then if you are working on a track and you just, like for instance, put one of those long files into a sampler, and then you can still have like maybe every MIDI note that triggers, pick a random position within the sample so that you get still some kind of variety and some kind of randomness. And then when you're sort of like happy with the thing that you made, you just record a bunch of takes of that and then pick the best parts of it. But because you've then set it up in a way that kind of, I guess, tells the randomization to be within a certain area, a lot of those takes are going to be basically useful. It's just going to be a matter of which one do you like most. So Yeah, rolling sampler is great for that. I agree. I agree. I also have it. I'll also have it right here. It's definitely good, but I don't always use it. Anyways, let's see what we can do today. So I have a little thing here. I figured that could be a good start for a track. Let's just, because I think I do want to start with a little bit of a vibe. I have something in mind that I want to make a track with, and that is, you guys know that I love Japanese sounding traditional instruments, and I want to put like one of those instruments into a track. Whether it's koto or shamisen, I'm not entirely sure, but I think koto would be good. But let's just see if we can make something, and we might pull that one out as well, and then put some of that in, and then we'll see if we can make some bass. Cool. Let's just give us a little bit of a rhythm or a rhythmic thing here, some kind of percussion. Maybe something with bells or something. See if I have some loop in here with some bell things. Not Christmas bells. That's not bells. That's the same loop, but others. What do we have here? Not really. Might have to go to a different folder. That's the same loop again. Well. Drum loops. That could work. What else do we have? That one is kind of cool. Let's put that in. Let's put this on repitch. Let's see what we get. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Well, there's the, Jade Ethnic Orchestra is definitely a nice library. I do, for like the Japanese instruments, I have a couple of other ones. The one that I like for koto, let's see, I can bring it up real quick. Should have saved it here as a rec, yeah. It's this one by Sonica, which I really like the sound of. This one just has a really nice sound, and I believe the Jade Ethnic Orchestra is kind of like a mix between different Asian instruments. It's there's also a lot of Chinese instruments, a lot of Mongolian instruments as well, in fact. And this one is there's no koto in the Ethnic Orchestra, for instance. There's a couple of other things. There is a shakuhachi flute, I believe, which is Japanese, plus it's kind of also Chinese. But that's the thing with a lot of Japanese instruments. They are kind of all coming from China at some point in history. A lot of like Japanese instruments also exist in China, but under a different name. Or they are slightly different, but they're basically the same instrument. But these are also really good, and these are basically like actually Japanese sampled instruments. Yeah, And I love the sound of this one. It just sounds amazing. Yeah, it well, there is some solo instruments in Ethnic Orchestra as well, in the Jade Ethnic Orchestra. There's some solo ones as well, but um, I don't necessarily like all of them. There's a couple of ones I really like, but let's see. I think we're gonna go with a different skill than I usually have been, or that I have been doing the last few weeks. Last few weeks I've been in D sharp. I think I'm gonna go with maybe E. I think I'm gonna go with E today for some reason. I'm feeling like that could be maybe a cool one. Let's might as well open up the other one because I do want to add some more things. Let me just replace this one. We'll bring the code out again later. Maybe we also want to put like some bass in here, or we can make some atmosphere from this library. Let's see. Let's just put some bass notes in. I'm gonna do a similar thing as what I did with the thing yesterday. How I started that. That actually worked pretty well. Let me just grab a piano, and I'll just put in some bass notes on piano. So I guess we're gonna grab that. Of course, let me grab that. And then what are we going to? We go to A, why not? Let me make sure we don't get multiple of those things again. Just chuck that in. And maybe we'll go to there. find like some cool thing. Maybe. Let me do this again. I do like E. Why don't we just go E and F? That should work. Yeah, that should work. I guess that should work. I like to do this lately. That works really well for piano, because I'm not too good at playing piano like the full chords and playing melodies on top all at the same time. So what I've been doing lately is just make a track which has my piano on it. That preset pack is really good, worth the money. Which one? Oh, the Portal one. Thanks. Yeah, everyone, if you want to get that, check out my Patreon. Probably should do some promotion for myself every once in a while. Huh? That's why we have the bot doing it, because I forget. Also, to all the people who are here, I normally keep forgetting this, to tell this at the start of the stream. Join the Discord, link is in the chat right now as well. So check out that and join the Discord. So what I've usually been doing lately is just having my track with the piano on it, and just make 2 additional MIDI tracks. Just group that. This is gonna be our piano group, in case I want to add more later. And I'm just gonna put these bass notes on its own track, and this is the track that's gonna make the sound, but these tracks are just gonna send into that track. So we're just gonna set that here, and 2 track in, so that it basically goes into this track. And then same thing for this one. And then we set this one to in, and then we turn off the input here, because otherwise every time I'm gonna play on my MIDI controller, regardless of which track is highlighted, it will play piano, and we don't want that. But now I can just have this here, and then I can just play melodies into this track, for instance. So I can just start playing here. And if I like something, I can just say, okay, there we go, and for some reason it has also recorded here. Not sure why that is, but we should have it all here now. So you can just add stuff on top of it with the other track, and as long as it all feeds into the same piano, it should basically act as if just all of these notes are on the same track. Plus it also is just a little bit easier for me to work with. Let's go and add some... I guess we can maybe add another track. Let's add a little bit of extra notes to this. Let's see if I can come up with something here. We'll just loop that a couple of times. I'm also kind of thinking of what would happen if we maybe add like another note here. Like this is kind of Phrygian, so might do D in there. Kind of finish that off. It's because this track is highlighted, that's why. I mean, that kind of works. Let's do maybe this, so that we have this repeating, and then the second time we get that. Okay, let's see if I can play some extra notes on top here. See what we can find some nice things. Okay, what is the scale? That. And also that's definitely nice. My go-to piano is the Native Instruments Noir piano, and then I do use the pure one most of the time. These are the settings that I've set. You can kind of check here. I changed a couple of things, like I turned the felt off. I only have the mechanical noise in there. Little bit of tonal depth, and that's basically it, I believe. No, oh yeah, I bring the width down ever so slightly because it tends to be pretty wide. So I just bring that down a little bit. No pianist noise and all that kind of stuff. Usually I believe the ambient noise is turned on as well. I turned that off. Nothing here. And then the only other thing is I bring the color down. So it's not like if we put this at 0, sounds a lot brighter. Which can be nice. But I like it a lot more when it's more in this range. But this is the kind of the piano sound that I like. It's also because when I grew up, I listened to a lot of Japanese film music, a lot of Japanese anime music, and a lot of those use Yamaha, or at least like Yamaha or Kawai pianos, which are Japanese-made pianos, right? And this is based on a Yamaha CFX, which is just, I love the sound of that. It's a really good sounding grand piano. So that's kind of my go-to sound. I have a bunch of other libraries like the soft piano from Spitfire, which sounds good as well. But for most applications that I use it for, it's just too um, too subdued, if you get what I mean. And it's not really, and also not that dry. Whereas this library, I can actually get a pretty dry piano from it, which yeah, I just find a lot more easy to use. We're gonna do it like this, or I'm thinking maybe we will just repeat this. Okay, let's keep it at this. Let's see. I could also just add some notes in here. Should be easy. E, let's maybe add... That should get us started, I believe. That should be more than enough for now. And we'll not mightn't even use the piano, except for maybe the bass notes, but we just need to get started with something, right? Let's see. Kind of like having that E going through it, because then that E kind of becomes the major seventh of F there. Also try doing this. But let me actually go to the piano real quick and just move these top notes so that we have E and B, that is a fifth, F and C, E and B, F and C again, and then we get D and I guess C, which is the minor seventh of D, so kind of mostly just fifths now. Let me just loop that. Just do this. Might be a little bit easier to work with. Most Kontakt libraries are expensive. It's just what it is, you know. And that'll work for now. Let's see if we can add some movement to it. Because right now it's just playing really loud. Just maybe do a little that. Let me just put that here. If we want to add something like that, we can always add it later. Do that for now. That might make it a bit easier to work with. Okay, let's add some reverb. Try that maybe. Ooh, that's nice. Sure. Change it up here a little at the end. Just leave that there. That works pretty well. Let's add some more stuff. I might even for this one take these out as well, just so that we have the octaves. Because that's kind of all we need at this point. And we don't need these chords to be this full right from the start, but that's something we can work on later. Let's put you there. So it's completely mono. And let's try, maybe we'll use a tremolo. Kind of feeling like having that in there. That could maybe be fun. I am gonna be a little bit anal about this, but we're gonna... Let's grab ourselves a note of that. How long? Maybe 8. And the thing is, I would like this to be time synced. Oh, there's a scale device on there. Let's not... Yeah, there we go. Now it's E. There's no scale device on the other ones, right? No, okay, good. I'm gonna make it a little bit longer than 8 bars, because we might not have enough otherwise. I'm gonna time sync this one, because it's probably not in time. And I would like that tremolo to be exactly on 16th. That would be pretty cool. Or maybe even 8 notes. We'll see. We can change it afterwards if we want to. But let's just bounce this in place. Okay. What? Where's the rest? What? Is it gonna stop there? No. Huh? What? Found the new track. Okay. What the hell? That was weird. Let's just make this a little bit louder so we can see what we're doing. Yeah, see, so this is not in time. But we're gonna make it in time. Which is gonna be a little bit of a pain in the ass, but bear with me. We're gonna do this as quick as possible. I just put you here. Don't really need that first part. We're gonna use the beats mode anyway. So let me just hold Alt and then double click, double click, double click. I'm just gonna double click right here in these gaps. roughly. And then we're going to use the beat mode later on to kind of... Let me just put a marker here at the end. And then we can just start moving these. Let me just set the grid to 16ths. We can start moving these to 16th notes. I'm just doing it roughly by eye. It doesn't really matter too much. So like where the slightly louder part starts to begin. Just double clicking, maybe that one's a little bit late. Let's do it there. 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 A little bit annoying, but shouldn't be too long. I'm not gonna do 32 bars or something. Probably just keep my mouse over here so that I can just put it everywhere where I roughly see, like it sort of like comes up again. Might even do 4 bars, that might already be enough. I do want to have some variety within the whole thing. I don't want it to sound like it's looping too much. So that's why we might have to do 8 bars. Put it here. This would be 4. That would be 4 bars. Right now it sounds like shit, but if I now go and use the beats algorithm, set it to 1 shot, and then maybe shorten these a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna do another 4 bars. I'm sorry. We're gonna have to do this one more time for the next 4 bars up until here. I mean, it wasn't that long, right? So give me a couple of minutes. I'll try and do this as quickly as possible. There. It doesn't even have to be that precise because we're using the beats mode anyway and we're shortening these things. You could maybe also use like a pizzicato patch, just like and just use 16th notes, but kind of like the sound of the tremolo thing. This one is kind of weird. I'll just put it there. It's not even that far off, but it's far enough for it to not really sound in sync with the percussion in the track. If we're gonna use percussion, I'm kind of thinking of doing some really syncopated drums today, and then this thing could kind of become part of that, I guess. But then it has to be in time, you know? Yo, Budni. Welcome to the cumbersome process of warping a tremolo string into time. Are we losing viewers while I do this? I hope not. But if we do, well, it is what it is. Gotta do it anyway. You guys know the deal, right? If there's any questions, just drop them in the chat. Fuck it. There. Oh, this is already 9. Ah, cool. We're almost there. There we go. Now I don't like this start here. It's a little bit louder than the rest, so let's see. Let's just grab... I'm gonna do a little section more right here, and then we'll grab a section from that for this start so that it loops better. Just do that. That's why I also did a little bit more than 8 bars. Because I knew from experience that it was probably gonna do something like that. Let's see. I mean, if I take that, just copy that over here. This section is also a little bit louder, so maybe that works pretty well. And now it should loop perfectly from this end to that end as well. Still a little bit of a thing here that I don't like. I kinda... Maybe we can grab a section from here. Just chuck that here. Or maybe we can just fade this one, see what happens. No, that sounds even worse. That kind of works good. Yeah, that's all warped, so a little click here, but there we go. Still clicks, what? The fuck is that? Why are you doing that? There we go. Oh wait, let's not do that, because then we lose our beat warp markers. Let's just keep it like this. It's time to put light on. It's getting dark in here. Let me close the window. There we go. You're practicing Yuri combos? What is Yuri? I mean, I guess what I could do, instead of doing this, so that we don't have that cut in between, I guess what I could do is just move this whole section somewhere out here. And then just loop this. Loop that. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, what the hell is that? Yeah, that looks fine enough. Let's see what happens if we put that on maybe 8 notes. Is that going to... No, that's not changing anything here. It's kind of nice on 16s. Probably gonna use that later, after sort of like the intro maybe, like when the build starts. Let's maybe put this thing there. Maybe it already started here, who knows. What if we make this one a little bit more interesting? What if we go to envelopes here? We have the it's a little bit annoying, but wait, I know what we can do here. We can we not set the one to here? Why not? Set 1 here. There we go. Now that is exactly aligned with the bars. That's a little bit easier to see. What if we do a little bit of pitch bend on this? A very subtle one. Like maybe from here to here. Something like that. Maybe even less. Yeah, something like that. Just very subtly bending the pitch of this. Let's find some more thing. Maybe some kind of a head or percussion loop. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see what else is in here. Might grab some addictive drums for this. Can definitely use some of these breaks. Or like other things. Are there just head ones in here? I believe there are some. Might be able to work this one in here. Still one here. Go back to... Take this one out. Let's find another piece somewhere. Maybe that. Or is it the same as this one? Oh, it's different enough. Maybe find like another one. Shorter. Set this to 8 notes real quick. Or 16s. Chuck you here maybe. I mean, we can just... Sure. Let's do that. And let's quantize that. Go to beats, make it a bit shorter. Might go for it with an addictive drums later, because I might not like this, but hey, narrow grid, there you go. Loop this, or we chop it up again. There we go. That's better. Bit more of a drum and bass kind of feel. Should we go make some bass? Let's save. Might be a good moment to start making some bass. We got 21 people here, so everyone, remember, if you want to support me, best place to support me is on Patreon. Link is in the chat somewhere, but I'll drop them in there one more time. And if you're new here, join the Discord. If you want to talk about music production. link to that is in the chat as well. So let's make some let's make some neuro bass. Or at least, well, I mean, even within neuro, right? Even within within neuro drum and bass or neuro hop or whatever, there's like different substyles of bass as well. I feel like you can get pretty niche, but like there's the really abrasive, like 2019 neurofunk grit kind of sound, if you get what I mean. Like if you're familiar with neurofunk, you probably have heard of the YouTube channel Neurofunk Grit, which is like I'm not even sure if they're still active, honestly. Maybe somebody in the chat knows, but if they're not, there used to be a channel with like uploads of like neurofunk music, and there's even within the whole neuro kind of thing, there's so many different types of sounds in terms of bass. Like you have the really in your face kind of neuro basses, but then also there's the Cohen sound, Culprit. What other artists do this kind of stuff? The more liquid neuro kind of stuff, or even the more organic neuro kind of things. They stopped. Oh, okay, that sucks. Was an absolutely amazing channel back in the day, though. Yeah, they had so many good music. I guess another good channel these days is Inspector Dubplate. Like they also post other stuff, but they do also still post a lot of that kind of stuff. So I personally, well, I enjoy most of it, to be honest, whether it's the really in-your-face stuff or the really in-your-face neurofunk or the more organic stuff. But for the stuff that I'm moving towards with my own music, it's definitely the more organic, textural kind of sound. A bit less the really in-your-face kind of things. Inspected is amazing. Vorso, yeah. Vorso is another good artist. He used to be here in the chat, like ages ago. Vorso, if you're still here, if you're still watching every once in a while, say hello. Yeah, Inspected is an amazing label. There's other labels as well that kind of push the same sound. The last thing you were working on was so filthy. That was really just a sound design experiment. I was getting back into doing the more neuro-y kind of sounds, and I was like, let's just experiment for today. Wasn't really making too much of a track, but I had a lot of fun that stream though. Anyways, let's make some bass. So I'll show you the process of how I did that bass that I showed earlier on in the stream. Let me just bring it back one more time for the people that were not here when I started the stream. So I was explaining how I usually sucked at these basses, and yesterday, after my week, well, half a week dealing with COVID, I wanted to get back into working on some music, but my brain was just like, nope, not yet. Today you're not gonna work on a track. Nothing really wanted to work, or my brain just wasn't working properly yesterday. So I was like, okay, let me just try and at least go and tackle some kind of a bass like that. And I just looked up a couple tunes that I liked, and I came across the old Cohen Sound and Asa track, Starlight, from their, what was that EP called? Sanctuary, I believe. And I always loved that bass. It's like a really low pass, but still neuro kind of bass. And I was like, let me just try and make a bass similar to that. And I made this bass yesterday. Which kind of was a pretty fun process. And you can make it as mid-range heavy or as low passed as you want. Really depends on what you're going for. that's the same bass in context, or in some kind of a context. And I was like, for once I actually made one that actually sounds decent. And so I am practicing a lot with these kind of sounds, because that's the kind of bass sounds that would fit very well with the music that I've been making lately. But it's also the kind of bass sound that up until now at least, up until recently, I would always suck at. Really bad. So I've practiced a lot with these kind of things, because I just want to be able to make them better. But yeah, let's just make one and see how it turns out. That's also the kind of thing, you know, sometimes they turn out good, sometimes they don't, and it's really just a matter of, like, if they don't turn out great, either just continue processing it, continue with the whole filtering, distortion, until it does start sounding cool, or just start over and do another one. Yeah, and you can make that fit in any kind of context. It could be a hip hop tempo, it could be a breakbeat tempo. Heck, it could probably even fit in a house tempo as well, like underneath a house beat. Like, it really doesn't matter. Fuck, now I kind of wonder, neuro techno? Why not? You know, might as well try that someday. There's so many there's so many genres you can fit a bass like that in. And like this one that I just played is like a really low passed one that just opens up every once in a while on the mid range, but you can make that mid range open up more and it'll sound more, well, slightly heavier, if that's a good term. They're like really almost watery kind of basses. I guess a good maybe we should call it moist neuro bass. Because that's kind of what it sounds like. Sounds really moist and sweaty. Which is kind of good for this weather, because it's fucking moist and sweaty out here today. I mean, I'm kind of wondering what that would sound like. Having like a neuro, a really watery, moist neuro kind of bass inside of a techno tune. Could maybe be pretty fun. Neuro techno. Might be an experiment for another stream. Anyways, let's just make a bass. 16 bars, that's more than enough. We're in the key of E, so let's grab ourselves an E note. Yeah, I love that too, like blending styles and blending genres. Even like the music that I'm working on now for the new artist name kind of project. It's not all drum and bass. There's a lot more variety in terms of the genres, and some of you might know, back in the day I used to make glitch hop. So there's gonna be some more stuff going back to that as well, or not really the glitch hop that I used to make, but more like with hip hop kind of things as well. But also other things, you know, breakbeat, jungle. There's all kinds of influences that are inspiring me lately. So I kind of want to go back to that as well, doing a lot more different stuff than just drum and bass. And if it's drum and bass, it's not going to be your straightforward drum and bass most of the time, because I mean, I do like tracks like that. Like, I love myself some minimal drum and bass tracks, but it's just not for me to make stuff like that. I just get bored with it. I just get bored with it when I'm producing it, and I'll start adding a lot of like additional elements, and that's fine, you know. Everybody has its own thing, but for me, I need some more musicality in there most of the time, and it's usually a lot. Well, it's too boring in that sense for me. Not to listen to, but to create, if you get what I mean. And maybe there'll be a day when I'll be like, oh, no, I kind of want to make stuff like that now, but... Let's, we make it completely mono, or should we just leave a little bit of stereo in? Why not? So that's basically all we need from Serum. Let's bounce in place. There we go. No more Serum needed from this point on. So first things first, we need to add a lot of movement to this, because right now it's way too static and we need movement. So usually I find having a peak somewhere here moving around is gonna work well. Let's do that, and let's see if this works. Don't think we need this. Okay. Let me just turn the loop off so that I don't have to remove the last bit there when it loops. That's the first one. A little bit of the gain as well, that doesn't matter. Next one, let's create a cut that does a similar thing, but with a different automation so that it kind of moves in and out and does all kinds of stuff. Definitely onto something. Yeah, I mean, I'm just, like, for the last couple of years, I guess, I've really been struggling with what I want to make, and the main issue, I think, was that a lot of times I would try and make the drum and bass that I would always do, which is a lot more in your face and a lot more like, I guess, the stuff that I would listen to a lot, which is because there isn't that much music that is of the quality coming out that I like in terms of the Neuro kind of sound, like, or at least not the ones that I know of. So I listen to a lot more drum and bass and a lot more other similar kind of music that is a lot more dance floor friendly, I guess. And I would end up making more stuff like that, whether it's like stuff that is released on the Vision label or whatever like that. And I would end up trying to make stuff like that. But then at the same time, my brain wants to make a lot of stuff that is very musical and has a lot of interesting melody things and harmony and I don't know. And a lot of those kind of things just would not really work well together. There is probably a way to make it work together, but for me it wouldn't click. And I've been thinking about like what does work well with that. And since for a lot of the melodic things and also the other things that I've been liking a lot are very textural based and really I guess there's a lot of, well, almost an organic sound. I do like real instruments a lot as well, so I was like, maybe the bass should also just be more textural and more Neuro, if that makes sense. And that seems easier to bridge together for some reason, at least for me. So I guess that's the direction it's gonna go in. Okay, more movement. Let's not get too stuck here. Okay. Let's do another one. Let's move that around somewhere in the mid-range. Cool. Let's do another one, why not? This one we're gonna go a bit more all over the place. Cool. So now we have all of that automation. And we got a bunch of movement in here. Let's run that through some distortion. You can do all kinds of distortion here, it doesn't really matter too much. You could just grab a saturator, for instance. It could probably work. And just crank that up a little. Let's just do a bounce in place here. Where are you? Bounce track in place. Cool. It's quite dynamic, but that doesn't matter too much. We'll make that dynamics a little bit less later on. In fact, we could just add an OTT now. And then just bring up the low end here. Not too much. Let's bring the high end down a bit. And I'm gonna do this again. So we need more movement. I'm gonna see if I can do a bit quicker movement here as well on the peak and see what that will do. Let's put that somewhere out here. Probably add a limiter, but I'll do that as soon as this one is done. Let me add a limiter to the end here, just for you guys. And we'll do one more here that does a similar thing, but with a cut. I think that first one is going up a little bit too much. Let's do another one in the mid-range, because we just need movement. The more movement, the better. Okay, and let's do some more stuff after it now. Let's grab, maybe we'll grab auto filter, and let's do a band pass. which is gonna take out most of the stuff, but bear with me. Let's group this. And I'm gonna copy this automation or get rid of it here. And let's map this to a macro and paste it back on here. So that we basically have the same movement again. And let's duplicate this. And let's switch this second one to a notch. So that we're basically just, we have the full spectrum back, right? But we're just creating a notch, and in the gap where of the notch, we have our bandpass filter. And then we can, I guess, maybe put up the resonance here. Just to get like some interesting more movement. I know, Jorn, we're just getting started. Don't worry. Things will happen. We'll get to that. So I think what I'm gonna do now is add a little bit of trash. I think I want to have a bit of a distortion on it, but I think I want to do some multiband distortion here now. Let's put a trash on here. And let's do 3 bands. Something subtle on the low end. Maybe some tape saturation. There's a lot of movement in the low end, but we'll figure that out later. Let's do in the mids. Let's see. I hate that trash takes over the transport control of Ableton. Bit of that. Then on the high end, we try one of these. Sure. Let's put an OTT on this again afterwards, see if we can get the sub to be a little bit more consistent. There we go. As you can see, sub goes from this really dynamic kind of thing. We'll just make the sub more consistent again. Make the highs a little bit less, because those become a bit too much. I think now let's just, I mean, we can do another bounce in place. Let's just commit. And you can see what this process is like. It's just repeating this over and over until you get something that sounds cool. And you can also see, because we had these peaks going below the sub frequency, if you look at the bottom left here, you can see that the sub is kind of becoming, well, there is still a clear sub frequency, but there's also these sort of like extra frequencies coming in below it every once in a while, and that is when the peak of the filters that we created before sweeps beyond the sub and goes lower than the sub. It starts boosting frequencies there, even though there wasn't originally much there, but because of the saturation and the distortion, there are now also sort of like quiet frequencies there. And when that filter sweeps into that region, it starts boosting them. And you can see that in the low end happening here on the spectrogram as well. You can see that we get these extra things below it every once in a while. See there? Just these sort of like extra things. And that is gonna, well, it's gonna add some extra cool movement later on. That will work pretty well actually for these kind of sounds. So I guess this would be a cool one to maybe split up into some bands. Let's just grab an EQ. Not you again, Jorn. Jorn, I think they are talking about that previous stream when you came in and well, we all know what happened. I'm not hating you. Don't get me wrong. But I know what he's talking about. Let's just have maybe a sub band. Maybe we'll go even with yeah, you know what? Let me automate that. Why not? Because you can never have too much movement. We're not gonna go too far up with this, just a bit of a resonant steep low pass. And you can see that we get more of that sort of like movement in the sub happening as well, below sub frequencies every once in a while, which is kind of nice. And maybe I'll let me remove this. And let me create a bit of movement on that as well. Next up, let's group that and let's add another EQ. And we'll just do a bit of a high pass here. Maybe we'll do this. It doesn't matter if the bands are sort of like slightly overlapping either. It's not too big of a deal. On here, let's maybe also, I can see there's quite a bit of stereo in the sub, so let me just put a utility on the sub band here, and I'm gonna go and switch this to mid side mode, and let's just bring that to the mids. So the sub is mono. Mate, nobody's insulting you. What the fuck? Shut the hell up. Why are you making it so difficult for yourself, mate? That's what's happening. Nobody is insulting you. Come on. Aaron started it. What? He just said, hell no, not you again. That's not an insult. Come on, mate. Grow a bit of thick skin. Let's put a phaser on here. And this will add some more sort of like width and kind of things in the mid-range as well. Guess we're gonna automate that, why not? And let's just switch that to frequency, and let me just automate that frequency a little bit. Maybe we'll add a little bit of chorus to it as well. In fact, maybe the chorus is going to be on just the high end, but we'll do that later. Let's try maybe grabbing... Let's do another one of these, but now we're going to put this on here. Let me automate the dry wet there. There we go. Now I'm here for the madness. Oh yeah. Oh, there he goes again with the Danish stuff, dude. Nobody is talking about Danish people or hating on Danish people. That is just you making assumptions. I'm sorry. I actually quite find it funny to see all this happening in chat. Like, just for your information, my actual real name is a Danish name, so I don't know, but people gonna hate me now because my name is Danish? No, they're not. Nobody's doing that. Let's put another... Let's just put another EQ after here. And we're gonna group that. And we're gonna... do that. And let's make another one. And this one is gonna be... like that. And then on here, let's add some chorus. And then now, let's do another trash. let's see, maybe a little bit too much in the low mids now, I think. So I'm just gonna go and put another. And it seems like there's no sub here. Why is that? Ah, that's why it also sounded like it did nothing on the sub. There we go. Now it also doesn't necessarily sound like there's too little low mids or too much low mids, but maybe I'll just cut a little bit here for good measure. No, Jorn, it's not that. It's not because you're Danish. It's because of the whole ordeal that happened last stream. That's what happens. I thought you would understand that at this point. Like I said, you have it in your own hands. Because of how you came in here last time, and then the whole thing in chat that evolved from it. Because people were, you know, they were all like, "Yo, what the fuck are you saying? Why you being like that?" You know, and you kept also feeding into it, and that spiraled out of control in the chat. And now you come in here and you say something, and people recognize your name because of what happened last time. That has nothing to do with you being Danish. That's the whole point, you know? And now you're coming in with calling racism. Just shut up, mate. First of all, that has nothing to do with racism. But even if it did, like, it is not that. So, come on. Balance this a little bit here. We can also just chuck another OTT on and see what happens. Cool. Let's bounce in place. Yeah, like I don't mind it at all. Like, chat is active, and that means there's more engagement on the stream. So, you know, it is what it is. But like, I'll say it one more time: you have it in your own hands, really. You can feed into it when somebody says something, and that makes things worse, or you can just ignore it and just have a bit of thick skin, and it'll be gone in a minute. Like, that's the whole point. Like, if you feed into it, it's only gonna get worse. It's only, people are just gonna continue on it, you know, and that's what's gonna happen. So, be smart. Dude, I literally told you to have a bit of thick skin, and then you come, "Oh, just ban Aaron because he insulted me." Fucking hell, mate. You literally just proven what I said. But hey, okay, you do you, man. Oh my god, that's hilarious. Let's see. I want to maybe add some noise into here. And I feel like a bit of a cool noise that we could add would be something that kind of, well, we're gonna need a serum one more time. Can I do this on one track? I can. Let me create a MIDI track. Let's put this on a MIDI track. And let's do... we're in E, so -4. That would make it C. And we can get rid of this track. And then let's put a long E note in here. Like that. And then we need a pitch device because otherwise it's gonna be way too low. Pitch. There we go. Let's put that at 0. Let's turn this filter off. And let's group this. And in here, I'm gonna add one more serum for now. And let's grab some noise. Yeah, let's just do that. And let's grab an oscillator as well. And we're gonna grab this oscillator and put it on the level of the noise. So we get that. And then we're just gonna high pass. We don't have to high pass it. We can bring the level of the sub down. Now we got our noise in here. That follows the same frequency as the sub within the sample that we have. I probably should have done this at the start, but might actually be good to do it now. And let's do another bit of movement on it, so the noise also gets some more movement. Let's just create another one of these. And we're gonna put this after this rack. Okay, we wanna have that turned on because we're working with a MIDI track now. Did I just see a mosquito? Fuck off. I was too slow. Noise is a bit loud, but I'm gonna make it quieter in just a bit. There we go. Let's just make that a bit quieter, because it's gonna be brought up by all the processing anyway. Let's do another one. And this one, I'm just gonna go and move it around a bit more like this, I think. Cool. Should we do another one in the low end and then distort it again one more time? Erosion on the bass. Erosion is fine, but it won't have that same texture as what this noise now has. Which is kind of what I'm after, you know? I want that fluttery kind of noise. And if you add erosion to the bass, it'll just add like noise. It won't have that fluttery kind of sound. Unless you group that with the low end and then distort that heavily and then high pass it again afterwards. But this is a much cleaner way of doing it. Here you don't need any distortion, you don't need to high pass it afterwards. You literally just take the sub and use that sub that is basically playing the same frequency as our bass, and use that as a modulator. And that is a really cool thing of Serum 2 now, that you can just grab an oscillator, or the sub, or oscillator 1, or whatever, and just put it on any parameter as a modulation source, as it is an LFO, basically. Because it kind of just works like an LFO, but on a much quicker rate. So it's not a low frequency oscillator, but a high frequency oscillator. I don't know, it's an HFO, but it's kind of basically doing the same thing. And that really gives you that nice fluttery kind of noise. Plus, also that noise can be white. There we go. You want that to be nice and white. Now let's move another one of these around. I'm gonna go and put a limiter after it, because things might get loud. Let's record some movement on that. Okay, and for good measure we'll do another one of these that sweeps across that, because that always gives funny results. When they sort of like crisscross each other, that usually works pretty well. Okay. And let's see, I'll just grab a saturator for now. And let's maybe put an auto filter here as well. Let's utilize notch filter here, and let's grab that new LFO thingy. Let's use this wonder mode, which is kind of nice. Which just kind of moves it around at random. And why not have two? Slightly different frequency maybe. What happens if we put an OTT after this? It's obviously gonna even out that sub again. But if I do this, then the sub is not affected, and it only applies it to the mids and the highs. So we still get that sub boosting into here. Yeah, exactly. Normally I would also bounce these to audio. I'm actually I've prepared a Patreon pack which is gonna come out this weekend, and it's basically a bunch of files that are, well, what I call stage 1 bass tools. It's basically just the first step. So making the initial sound with a little bit of filter movement, a little bit of just stuff in there already, but it's not too crazy. So it's going to be the first step, so you can kind of skip that first step and move straight into the second one, where you add like crazier filter movement and flangers and phasers and all that kind of stuff. And then the next pack will probably be a pack with files that are the result of those second, sort of like basically what I'll call the stage 2 bass tools pack. And then those are the ones you can finally put into a sampler and work into a track. So depending on which ones but normally I would do that. So I would actually save the individual files. Now today for the stream we're not really doing that because I can't be bothered. But that is what I would normally do, yeah. And I have a file here now or a folder that has similar kind of files in here. And this could be one of those starting points that you start applying more filtering to and more distortion and other kinds of things. There's a couple of different ones. I think there's like 17 or something. And most of this is basically the same process. This one was a square. This one has no detuning. It's just like a static oscillator, but with some EQ modulation already. This one has that fluttery noise in it. That one too, from the sound of it. And there's a couple of stereo ones as well that have a bit of width. All the other ones are completely mono. This one has a lot of detuning. But yeah, I'll just put those on Patreon this weekend. See if I can find like some other cool effects to put on here. So after this distortion I am going to even out the sub again. Let's just turn these two bands off and do that. That kind of evens out the sub a little bit again. Maybe we can turn the high end on. Just like that, maybe. Let's see. Let's grab another EQ. Isolate the sub. Maybe put a. Well, you know what? Let's use an EQ3 because that one has a 24 dB per octave curve. Let's group that. Let's just map that to a macro. And let's duplicate this. And then here we will have these. And let's see if we can create some more movement on that in terms of... Let's see, what do we have? Plugins. Let's try this one. Gonna add like a lot more, like it's almost like a unison kind of kind of effect. I think I'm gonna automate the amount here. I mean, we also have this. Do we have a random shape? We do. Huh, okay. We can unsync that. Nice. No automation needed. Although I like the control of just automating it, because then I know when I bounce it, it's going to be the same as what I actually did here. Whereas with this LFO, it's always going to be different every time you bounce it. So let's just... So I just want some moments where it sounds like there's more detuning happening. There we go. And we can even try putting this at the start of the rack, maybe. Sure, why not? Let's go, and I want to see what happens if we add some vocoder action in here now. That could maybe be pretty cool. Let's grab an EQ, because we want to have some of the sub here. That sounds cool. Let's do that. Overlapping a little bit, but don't mind that. And let's see what happens if we put a vocoder on that higher layer. Let's put it on modulator. Vocoder will give it a really watery kind of texture, which is always nice. We could even group this and then create another chain. Let's just put this after the rack then. So we're basically adding this to it. Maybe we'll... maybe we will... We can do that in the same cue. Maybe we will just cut a little bit here. Let's just do a bit of automation on that one. that. I'll do that again. And now let's see what happens if we maybe do some multi-band distortion on this again. Let's grab maybe a trash. Which button you have to press on top to record the movements? You have a couple of these things. These two right here are the ones you need to understand what they do. So if you're just working with audio, you wanna turn this one off. So if you just have an audio file in here and you want to record the automation on that, turn this one off and turn this one on. This is the automation record button, and this one is for when you're using MIDI. So if you're using MIDI and this one is turned off, I can quickly show you. And we hit record. See, it replaces our note, and you don't want that. So that's why you need that one to be on, because then it leaves the note there, and if you play additional notes, it will add those notes to the same clip. But this one, if that one is off, it won't record the automation. Now you do still have this thing here, of course, you need to have it armed. Doesn't matter which arm you use, what is it called, the arm exclusive preference or just a regular arm, like it doesn't matter. Just make sure it's armed. I don't know what difference is between that and that, to be honest. Oh yeah, I believe if it's... the colors might be different for you, but if it's that gray version for me, then if I switch to another track, it disarms it. And I believe if I make it orange, I can click on other tracks and it will still be armed. Yeah, that's the only difference. But those two buttons at the top, you really want to know what they do. Digital date. It's literally all about creating a ton of interesting movement. And we started with something that sounded very, very static, very simple, and now there's so much movement happening in it. And the more of this filtering you do, the more of this sort of like, how do you call it, watery, liquid kind of texture it gets. That's basically what happens due to all the filtering, all the individual filters moving in and out of phase with each other, and the different notches crossing each other and all of that. That creates that sort of like watery kind of sound. Now, obviously, a vocoder does that too, but a vocoder is basically a lot of filters. That's what a vocoder is. Like a vocoder is just a ton of different filters in bands, and they don't really move though, they're all static. But as soon as you have something that has a lot of movement in it, and the different frequencies are moving up and down in volume a lot, which doesn't happen on like a static saw wave, right? If you have a static saw wave, the frequencies are all just going to be the same level the entire time. But when you add filtering, those levels are going to move of each individual frequency, right? They're going to move up and down. And a vocoder would then also be able to create a really watery texture out of it, because if we just put this on the entire sound, maybe the sub is a bit much for the vocoder, but you will get really watery sounds, and you have to play around with it. The sub is just too much for that vocoder though, so let me bring it down, and usually more bends works. You get these really watery kind of textures. You can literally almost create water sloshing effects out of this as well, if you want. Sometimes compressing it before it, just so there's a bit more extra range. But that's just because this is all, every one of these little things here, these bins or bands, is just a bandpass filter, basically. And because all of those frequencies within that one single frequency band, because all of those frequencies are moving up and down in volume, you get this really interesting sort of like texture. But the same thing happens if you just make a sound and just keep filtering it over and over again. And sometimes adding some distortion or saturation in between, or some compression, if you lose too much, because that's obviously what's going to happen. If you filter it a lot, you're going to lose frequencies, and you need to bring some of them back every once in a while. And yeah, you can use splice if that makes you happy, but me it doesn't, you know. I like to make my own sounds, and I like I like using things that not necessarily everybody else has, especially when it comes to the musical elements and to the bass, like drums. I can make myself, but I do tend to use quite a bit of drum loops when it comes to drums. But even then, those are sometimes my own made drum loops, and if they're not, if they're from a sample pack, they usually get chopped up and rearranged and processed until they are my own, you know? So yeah, that's kind of my process. I think right now we do have a pretty good place where we are now, though. Let's go into here. Let's see if we can. Oh yeah. Could even just try single bend here for now. Really sort of like even out the level of this. And also add a little bit of extra distortion. Could maybe also try another one I quite like is the tape saturation here. Although this one starts crackling for some reason, so let's go with something else. Drive has a couple of cool ones. Crunchy grunge. quite happy with that, actually. Let's do bounce in place. Yeah, copyright is also a really big issue with Splice stuff. Depending on how you use it, obviously. Like, if you can use Splice stuff just fine, but you gotta keep in mind is change the sample up. So don't use the sample straight how it comes from Splice. And also don't just maybe chop it up a little bit, you know, but like process it. Pitch it around. Do like split the sound up into frequency bands and apply different effects to those bands. Basically, I don't know, stretch it, you know, do all kinds of crazy stuff with those samples, and that way you can actually turn them into something that's unique, you know, and then you can use them just fine and you won't have any copyright issues. But when you use sounds from Splice, especially loops, in a track, and you don't really do a lot to them, there's so much issues that could, well, there are a lot of issues that could arise when you decide to put your track out and upload it to Spotify and release it, because other people might have used the same sample and they've also released that track through a distributor, and those tracks are now going to be in, well, most likely in the YouTube Content ID system, and then you distribute your track and you upload your visualizer to YouTube or whatever, and suddenly your channel gets a copyright claim. And the issue is that there is not really a fair way to deal with that on YouTube. That is the biggest issue. Like, if there was a good way to deal with it, it wouldn't necessarily be much of a problem. It still would. I still don't like it when I have a track and I hear a sample in a track or a loop in a track, and I'm like, huh, that loop is also used in that track or in that track, you know? I don't like that, personally. I like it when people put a little bit more effort into it. But the biggest issue is with the copyright. There's no clear way or no fair way to deal with copyright claims on YouTube, even if you have the rights to the sample. Like, if you download a sample from Splice, you have the right to use it, right? You have the license, you have the right to use that sample, and you should be able to solve the claim and get rid of it. But you're always going to be dependent on the person who claimed your track, because he or she is the one, or their distributor or whoever is taking care of the copyright of their track. They are the one who are going to decide if you have the right to use it in your track or not, which is so fucking broken, but that is how YouTube works. Like, you can appeal the claim. If you get a copyright claim, you can say, like, hey, I have the right to this sample, and you can submit the file, the license, or whatever through YouTube, but that information is not going to YouTube. That information is sent to the person who claimed your track or your video. And they are then the ones who will get a notice of, like, hey, the person you copyright claimed appealed it. This is their appeal message and whatever information they submitted with it. And now they are the ones who are going to be like, yeah, that's indeed not right. Let us remove the claim. But they could just as well go like, no, fuck that. We're not gonna take the claim down. We're gonna double down, and then it might even turn into a strike, and that could cost you your channel, right? If you get 3 of them. So that is why it's such a big fucking pain in the ass. And that is why I always tell people, if you decide to use a loop from Splice, change it up and do some effort, because you're going to save yourself such a big headache. Yes, the person who initiates the copyright claim is also going to be the one who is going to basically handle your appeal to that claim. Which is also why it's such a fucking broken system, you know? Like, if somebody... let's just imagine somebody wants to take down your channel, and they file a fraudulent claim, right? A claim that is not based on something that should be working, but they do that. Which they can do. They can misuse the system, right? you then appeal that and go like, hey, this claim is absolutely bonkers, it should not happen, this is like, I have the proof and everything. But it's not YouTube who is then going to be like, oh, yeah, let us remove the claim for you. No, that information is going to the person who made that fraudulent claim, and they are now the ones who are going to be the ones to decide if what you're saying is right, and they should remove the claim. Which, if you think about it, is the most ridiculous system ever, but it's how it works. And there is a way, of course, to get YouTube to do something if it does end up going south for you. But that only works for people that have a bit of a presence on social media. Like, if you have a bit of a presence on social media and a little bit of a following, you can start bugging YouTube on Twitter, you know, start bugging all of their creator accounts and have the people that follow you bug them. And then if you do that enough, then YouTube will come at you and will probably help you out. But that will probably last a couple of weeks at minimum. And that's going to be a really stressful period for you. Let me tell you. I had one time to deal with this, and luckily YouTube was pretty quick at that point, and that was when my channel got hacked a while back by this cryptocurrency kind of thing. And they privated all my videos, and then they started live streaming some cryptocurrency scam on my channel. The only way to get that to get that fixed as well was for me to just go on Twitter and just spam YouTube and have all my followers and viewers spam YouTube and be like, yo, YouTube, do something. And it took like, I think, a week or something, a week and a half for me to get my channel back. But still, it was the most stressful period at all times, because I didn't know if the videos were deleted or if they had privated the videos. Like, I didn't know. I had no way of getting into my channel at that point. So yeah, it's really annoying. And a similar thing could happen, you know, if you get 3 copyright claims and those turn into strikes, because somebody wants to destroy your channel. So that's always why it's a good idea to just either make as much stuff yourself as possible, or just, if you do end up using a couple of loops, just change them up. I saw the thing with Venus Theory. Yeah. He was able to generate AI music of his original music, post it to YouTube, and then issue himself a copyright claim from the AI music generated channel or something stupid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when I say change them, I don't mean add a little reverb to it or pitch them a semitone up or down. No, I mean like chop it up completely, reverse the sample. Like I said, split the whole sample into frequency bands and add different effects to them. I don't know, put the whole loop through a granular synth. I don't know, do crazy stuff with it. Sure, it won't be the same sample as what you initially found, but you also shouldn't be looking through samples and looking for like a melody or something like that. That's not how you should use splice samples, in my opinion, because that's just going to give you issues. You should just listen to like tone and texture, and that is what you should try and capture. If you hear something in a loop and you're like, I really like the sound, the tone of what this loop sounds like, you can put that into a granular synth and still capture that tone, but with a completely different kind of vibe. But yeah, the safest thing is to just make everything yourself. That's the safest thing. Plus, it's also more fun, in my opinion. And you learn more from it as well. That's I guess the biggest plus side of it. You don't learn anything from grabbing a loop from Splice and chucking it into a track. But you do learn something from making something from scratch and getting to a cool result by trial and error. Okay, so we have a bit of a weird kind of loop now. A bit of a weird sample. Let's chuck that into a MIDI track. Let's get rid of this one. And let's do a little recap here, because we kind of forgot what we were doing here. I've been stung by a mosquito, I can feel it. Yeah, right here in my fucking leg. I pulled my socks up as high as I could, but still. One moment, I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm gonna put on some jogging pants that have long legs, because otherwise I'm gonna get fucking destroyed. You guys can listen to this real quick. One moment, I'm also quickly gonna pee, and then I'll be back. So just listen to this one more time, and I'll be back after that. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so I'm going to let's maybe leave this until later. I'm gonna quickly rework this intro a little bit, because I want these strings to come in a little bit later, I think. What if we... kind of want some lower strings in here as well. Especially in this first section here. Contacts. Isn't there? Yeah, there's also this one. Let's do that. And let's just... And this one might come in later. Might even just make it come in here. See what that sounds like. See, grab. I'm gonna grab a different one here. Grab this one. I need my headphones. It's way too quiet otherwise. Yo, Adukan. Okay, that sounds alright. I don't think that does anything. I wonder if we can have a bit of a drier string sound. That might be nice. Could try symphonic, but that's still pretty big. What if we do a solo cello? Might not go this low. No, that's too low. Well, we can grab a solo bass. That makes it off center, but I do like to fix this real quick. Just grab another utility. Makes it completely mono. And then we'll just add a little bit of reverb to that. I'm going to add another layer. Let's just duplicate this one. I'm gonna rename these real quick. So this is solo bass, and then this will be solo cello. And we'll just have a cello layer on top. Make that close mic as well. And maybe we'll put these up an octave. I like that sound a lot. Yeah, that's really nice. I just wished we didn't have the sort of like the change in the direction of the strings. Maybe if we switch them from the regular long one to one of these different ones, we can get a different sound. Because it happens every time, right? Still get that, of course. I think we will keep getting that, but I mean, it's fine. Doesn't matter too much. here, this one, let's just change this also a little bit. That could be nice. I am going to create another track for this. So get rid of this as well. So remember we had this. Let's just do another track. And grab a contact. The sort of like one patch was nice to find a bit of a progression, but don't think solo strings is what I want to do here. I'm gonna go, let's grab just this one, because then we have violins 1 and 2. Let's do violins 1. Probably I should also save. I haven't saved all stream. And let's just copy this CC control here, so that we have the same automation right here. Let's remove all these extra notes that we're not using. Let's see what of these are gonna be in this patch. So probably this line. And then this probably as well. Might as well put this one in here too. Not sure if these are in here. Don't think so. No, see, that's too low. Okay, no big deal. I think it's an octave lower as well. Yeah, so we're just gonna bump this MIDI up an octave. And then we want one more, so this is violins 1. And then we want one more for that little top thing that I added at the end. So let's just duplicate this track. And switch this one to violins 2. So that we can have a separate, how do you say that? Separate mod wheel movement on it. So that I can really make that one come in different. Then violins 2, make this violins 2. And then we're just gonna go and get rid of all these notes. And we're gonna have this in here. And then we can sort of like add some extra stuff here. We can get rid of this one because we're not really using it anymore. No, I just haven't gotten to adding Kodo. I think Kodo could work somewhere here in this area. And maybe some in this area as well, but mostly in this first area, and then it will probably come back later in the track. Might even be able to turn this violins 2 into a mere mosquito. God damn, I missed it. Might be able to turn this one into a legato line because it's kind of doing a legato thing. So let's just grab legato techniques violins 2, and then we can overlap these. Okay. Why not? Because the range is too small. Okay. Well, we got something else for that. Let's grab a legato solo violin for that last line. And then I can even make it nice by bringing these down. Let's just do that. Now I do wonder, I guess we'll call this solo violin then. I do wonder if we make these close mic'd as well, but also this one. Because we can do that here as well. Okay. Doesn't like that. Okay, there we go. That might actually be nice. Baroque does use quite a bit of strings, so... Now this does make it quite a bit to there, but let's just see if we can fix that. Although there's still reverb on here, but... There we go. Sorta like more in the center. I don't necessarily care too much about the realistic position of the orchestra. I'm not making orchestral music that is completely accurate to what it is in real life. I wish this one had no reverb. I wish it was at SSS. Well, I could. I could. See what that sounds like. Let me duplicate this one so that we still have this one. Which one is which? There we go. Let's swap that out for... We could do violas. We haven't used those yet. This library is completely dry if we bring it to the close mic, so... And it's just, we're just gonna have multiple solo ones, I guess, playing in unison. Let's fix that. It's still loading, that's why it's it's having trouble keeping up. Let me check the chat real quick while that loads. Neurofunk always fits well with cinematic stuff. Yeah, true. But where Oak One is E minor. We are not an E minor, actually. We are technically in A minor. But we're doing it around the tonal center of E, which makes it E Phrygian, I guess. But technically this is A minor. The only thing is here we have a G sharp, but that is then A harmonic minor, right? So... Now, this entire thing should basically be as good as that mono. We can still add some panning if I want later on. If I do want to have a little bit more realism, but... And now to make it a bit less mono, let's just grab some reverb and chuck that on this group. That's also why I kind of wanted to have all of them without reverb, because then we can just add our own here. See, and now it's nice and spacious. I can't stop writing in E lately, so listening to artifacts has been perfect. I move all over the place, but I do have some favorites, you know. I do like E a lot as well, but D sharp is also another favorite of mine. D also works really well. F can be nice too, but it really depends. Like, I don't necessarily like F minor too much, but I do like writing in F, but then thinking about it as if I'm in A sharp minor, but then doing F in the bass, so that you kind of get, you still get F, but it's not the root of the scale, it's the fifth. Harmonic minor is amazing. Heck, you know another one that I really like? C minor or C sharp minor. It's really low and doesn't work for everything, but if the tempo of the track is a little bit slower, it can sound amazing. But you have to be a little bit smart in terms of how you do the bass. Yeah, I've been doing D sharp for like the past month or something, so I kind of wanted to switch it up today. I think we can go quite wet on the reverb, so that it gets a bit wider as well. Yeah, C sharp is pretty interesting actually. It's just really low for bass, but that can still be really nice. Quite like this. Like at this point, we might not even need the piano in here, but let's see. It does kind of sound nice, maybe a bit quieter. Okay, that thing sounds absolutely fucking dry now. Let's add a little bit of reverb to this as well. I'm not gonna do the same amount, but just a tiny bit. bring the pre-delay down on that one. And then we might bring some of these string layers in again. So sort of like maybe the low cello or something will come in again here. In fact, we could just try that out. Just duplicate that, see what happens. Actually, I don't like that. Okay. Also change the color of this group because that's usually the color that I use for my bass. That. Put that into a bass group. Just leave piano separate. Just call this Orchestral. What is another cool color that we haven't used that fits with the purple? There we go. Put that at the bottom. And that's our orchestral percussion. I think Hira is gonna be correct if I put this on E. E, A, and B. Yeah, that's all in the right scale. Cool. Let's see if we can find something. Mate, my sweatpants is literally sticking to my leg. You don't want to know. I think if I have one of those light gray sweatpants on right now. I think if I stand up after the stream, there's gonna be a dark gray patch on my ass. I'm not kidding. I had to put it on because I was getting attacked by a mosquito. And I don't want to be scratching myself the entire night. It wasn't that bad today. It was like 31 degrees, but I'm in an attic underneath the roof. So it's gonna heat up really quickly, and with a computer blasting hot air as well, it's probably, at the moment, it's probably hotter inside than outside for me. So the only thing today was that there was a really high UV index, so like the sun is really strong. It's like not necessarily that hot. Like I'm fine with the temperature, you know, that's fine. Especially when I'm outside, it like I don't care. I'm good with hot weather. In fact, I should have been born in like southern France or something, or southern Spain, because that kind of temperature and I guess way of life just suits me a lot better than what it is out here. But the one thing I cannot fucking stand is how hot it gets inside in an attic. let's see. Just gonna loop this for a moment. I just want to see if I can find something with this. And of course it doesn't play. Why is that? Oh, because I was too low. Go up. Portal the Koto. Maybe, but I would first have to find something that I like. And then see if I can make some granular texture out of that later. But I honestly don't know if I want to have some granular thing. I just want to have a couple of, like, short things like that, maybe, you know, just in there. Or some short bits here and there, I think. I also need some extra thing to give me some rhythm, because I need something here to start. Let's grab an addictive drums. Because we're gonna use some addictive drums later on in this section anyway, to add some more drums. So let's just maybe that one. We have a little bit more of something that gives us a bit of a rhythm here. Let me just... also like that one a lot. Okay, let's see. I was too late, but... That one was kind of nice there. Leave that in, because that kind of worked. That kind of worked. Wait, the first part of that was cool. So see it now just adds it because we have this plus thing selected. Don't really need that. We're just MacGyvering the whole thing. There was also one here that these ones need to be a little bit later. Put that there. Yeah, that's nice. I'm also probably gonna decrease these levels a bit. Maybe that. Somewhere in there. Fuck. Something like that there. Put that in. For some reason that last one disappeared there. And I might still remove some of these bits. I'm just looking for some cool things that sound cool. Maybe this can go somewhere else. God damn it. Oh, track is not highlighted or something. Okay, let's just put that in so we have some stuff here. I kind of messed up this one. This one needs to be that. Let's see. Let's do this section again. That works as well, why not? Hey, why can I not capture that? Why are you being annoying? I think I played that, so... There we go. Cool. Now we have at least some Kodo in here, and then we will probably get rid of some of that later, but... Or I will just do another one of these sort of like just jamming out, just playing like stuff while it's looping, and then just record a whole long MIDI take, and then pick like some good parts of that, but for now this kind of works. I kind of wish we had some other notes here, but we don't have any other notes here because that's the lowest note. I wish we had an F. This is saying C, but this is playing an E. I wish we had an F here that we could go to for that last one. That's better. That is an F, but it's higher. I believe at least that's an F. Oh, it's a B. Okay, that's fine too. B sounds cool as well. What I could also do, I'm not gonna do it now, but I could also switch this to chromatic, and then I'll just be able to play whatever. But I kind of like having it set up like this, so you just have these white keys in a row, and they just basically play whatever scale you select here. It's really nice to just jam with, and not add too many sort of like notes, because a Kodo, obviously you cannot play every single note on a kodo. Like, you can sort of by bending the strings and kind of like getting to whatever note you want, but it's not like you like a it's not like a guitar where you have all the different frets, you know, to choose the note. No, every string is tuned. So this particular case, it's a 13-string kodo, hence the name kodo 13, and all of those strings are tuned to a particular note. So that's kind of what you can play. And there is some leeway because you do have some techniques of like pushing in on the string to bend it so the note gets slightly, what is it? If you bend it, it gets slightly higher, I believe. Or does it get lower? No, I think it gets higher when you bend the string. But you don't have as much freedom as, for instance, with a guitar, where you can literally just change the fret with your other with your other hand. So there are also kodos that have more strings. For instance, there's also, I believe, even like this same company, Sonica, they also made one that is like a 17-string koto, I believe, which obviously gives you more strings, right? So you have more notes that you can put in there. But I believe there's also some key switches for that bending kind of stuff. I'm not really gonna bother setting key switches for everything now, but you got all these different playing. Yeah, they have a 20 as well, I believe. Oh yeah, here, bend up. Alt bend up. Oh yeah, also bend down. I guess you can bend down as well with a kodo. But if I'm actually getting to like the final thing, like I would probably add with some key switch things as well, just to give some more like variety into the notes. But kind of isn't too important right now. We just need some extra bits. I mean, it's a really deeply sampled instrument, so I can see why they make it that expensive, you know. A lot of their instruments are really good and really well sampled. It's not like, oh, it's here you have like a couple of different velocity layers and that's it. No, there's like basically, well, there's a lot of different sort of like techniques of how the strings can be played, and those are all sampled as well, which is really nice because you can actually make some really realistic sounding stuff with this. Like if you grab this one and the shakuhachi flute as well. Shakuhachi in here. I mean, that might actually be cool. Just sporadically, a couple of long notes. I invested in these libraries when I was doing the City Skylines videos because I was making the background music for those myself. And obviously I was building a Japanese city with that, so I wanted some Japanese sounding music, and I didn't want to use like some music from anywhere, you know, because then I wouldn't be able to monetize those gaming videos. So I ended up making it myself. And that's when I decided to get some of these libraries. I have the 17 and the 13. The 17 is more of like a lower koto. It's like a bass koto kind of thing. And honestly, I like the 13 string better, but 17 string also has its own sort of like applications, I guess, that can work. If you need a bit of a lower koto, it's definitely a good one for that. Duduk is amazing too, yeah. But not for this track, I think. This one is the same kind of thing. It's also really, really nice. This one doesn't necessarily have a specific tuning or anything. We can just play. Should be a little bit easier to work with. Okay, it's still loading. Yo, still loading. No, you should be done. fuck? I believe there's quite a bit of velocity sensitivity in this one as well. Can we turn that off for now? Because that is a little bit annoying to play with for me. Not sure if I can turn it off here. Might just have to fucking hammer the notes. Oh yeah, here you can see how many articulations there are in this thing. Like, absolutely insane. Well, we can trick it. Let's just... There we go. Now we don't get any quiet notes. I love that the mod wheel gives you that really breathy sound. That kind of works really well. Now we also get some really loud things, so let me just... I'm just gonna condense it to just that really tiny area there. Maybe a little bit more. Let's see what we get. Do we have... Always forget what these key switches are. Maybe that can be nice for the start. Something like that. Just grab this, and then let's see, because I don't want all of them to have the same articulation here. That is D, but which D? I wish Contact had a way to show me easier which of these notes it is, or it just showed me. But we can check. I believe it's somewhere here. That's an octave too high. It's right here. Put that here. Was there a... Yes, that one. That's nice. So that is... Let's see, that should be here. Yeah, okay. And then this one, guess we're just gonna do that. Can maybe try out if we want some other thing here. Don't know what that is gonna sound like, but let's see. That might maybe be cool here. And we'll do that here. Okay, not that. I wish it didn't get so much quieter. Oh yeah, that's not gonna do much now because I changed the velocities. We have one final cool thing here. Sure. I'll do the velocities properly later, I guess. Yeah, you could. I guess, yeah. But I'll work on the velocities later. We can put a compressor on it just to even the level out a bit, because some of the notes might get a little bit loud versus the legato ones. Hello? Okay. That was a good call, actually. Like, I might actually be putting in too much stuff here, but it doesn't matter. We can always cut stuff out again later. Plus, now I also have stuff to process and maybe run through some granular stuff later. You know, stuff like that. Japanese instruments. Which is always nice because that allows you to create some more stuff that might work in the track and you can just sprinkle in. It's better to have too much stuff than to have too little stuff, because you can always take stuff away. Rather have more than less, exactly. And you might also just stumble upon ideas, and it's always just a matter of then taking out the best parts. And usually when I'm getting to a point where a track is a little bit more fleshed out, it always gets at some point to a point where I'm just like, okay, let's start bypassing elements and see what actually needs to be there and what doesn't. And usually that is how you get to the best sounding result, in my opinion at least. Especially with stuff that is just a bit more complex. Now we also don't really need the extra head here for now, because we have this percussion. Maybe we'll bring it in here. I think we're gonna have a different rhythm here. Yeah, that's cool. Maybe the fast one thing not as often. Maybe we'll just... Okay. Maybe not even use this here. Or I might just make a head thing with addictive drums that is similar to this at some point. But for now, I'm not gonna bother doing that right now. Let's see. What do we want here? Do we want some of the bass to come in? Let's see. Let's just add some bass with that thing that we made earlier. So this one, let's do -4, and let's grab a pitch device, plug that in front of it, up 3 octaves, so we can keep the note in sort of like E0, because I don't know, my brain is otherwise gonna hurt if the bass is sort of like at E3. it's just my brain is no, it needs to be here. So I'm sorry, maybe a bit OCD, but it is what it is. Okay, so keep seeing the mosquito flying around here, but I'll get him after the stream. Okay, let's see. Hey, it's on my fucking screen. Let me get you. Come on, don't fly away. Ha! Fuck you, bitch. Get wrecked. Come on, get off my fucking finger. I know you're insider. Oh, my own fucking blood is on my finger. God damn it. There we go. That little bugger is gone. First part sounds so weird, but bear with me. We're gonna do some magic to it. First thing that I'm gonna grab is I'm gonna grab an expression control. Just gonna put that in here. And I want this to basically be random. Let me actually just loop this section. And I'm gonna go and switch this to classic. And that way we get the start position here. And I'm just gonna go and choose a random here. And map that to the start position. So every time it plays, it picks a different position. Also, let me up the attack a little bit. And we're gonna do a couple more things. Let's do the voices on 1. And we need to go in here. Let's up the pitch bend range. And let's also turn the glide on. Let's see if before the second one, maybe do... Maybe we'll not have a bass here, because here we'll probably have like some drums coming up, building up, maybe some kick drum like toot 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 coming up a little bit in the background, and then here we can basically just drop. That will be 36 bars. Why is it saying 48? Oh yeah, 48? What? 32? Oh yeah, 48. Of course. I'm fucking stupid. By the way, chat has suddenly gone quiet. What's happening? I'm just I start working on bass and chat is suddenly just zoned in, just watching, completely forgetting about typing. How many people are here? 16. All right. Well, hello, 16 people. By the way, let me do this one more time, because I don't know how long ago it is that the bot has actually done something. Supporting me, best place to do that, and getting samples and all that kind of stuff, check out my Patreon. And if you're new here, join the Discord if you want to talk about music production. Yes, bot is working, cool. Okay. How late is it? It's... holy shit, it's 1:22 AM already. Time flies when we're having fun. We need some drums. Don't know if we're gonna get to a drop today, but we're definitely getting to something that is pretty cool to keep working on. We can use. We don't necessarily need it. Well, let me use a MIDI track for the kick, because then I can replace the kick with something else if I want to try out a couple of different ones. Now I do also hear like some extra bits coming in here, and obviously I would probably still filter this afterwards, because right now it's just a sample that's playing. I would probably add some filtering afterwards as well to really work it into a tune, but let's see. I'm kind of trying to figure out some of the MIDI first. Let's also grab a CC control. So here I'm kind of hearing some extra bits, which I might have to do on a different track, because I want those to be a bit more percussive. Let's see where those are gonna be. Maybe there. Okay, so let's maybe try making this a little bit better. Let's go and add that's our sub. And we can group this. And then I can add like some other thing, maybe a bandpass underneath here to give us mid-range. So we can bring this bandpass up when we want mid-range. So I'm gonna put it here, and then I'm also going to add another EQ after this, which is just gonna be a high pass, so it's kind of cutting right here. so it's not gonna give us too much sub. And then we can bring in some mid-range like that when we want to. So for instance, just automate it somewhere. We also might have to distort this a little bit or saturate a little bit to bring it up. And just do this maybe. Also, let me sidechain this track to the kick. I'm feeling good about going a little longer still. It's 1:30 a.m., but I don't really care. Let's do kick here. Huh. With the new update, they changed some stuff. If you now have... There's a little black bar happening here that wasn't there in the previous Ableton version. I guess because they added some extra buttons. They added this button here. So now there's so many buttons that if you go to 4 macros, you get an extra white bar in between that and your devices. Huh, okay. I was like, why is my my rack bugged? But it's not. It's just because they changed some stuff. God damn it, is there another mosquito inside? I got fucking stung again. God damn it, I'm gonna have to do some hunting after the stream. Annoying fucking bastard. Right, so let's see what happens if we add some filtering to this. Like maybe some right at the start here. I'm also gonna OTT this again afterwards because we're removing so much stuff that it gets pretty hard to hear. So I'm just gonna OTT this entire thing again. There we go. And then just bring up the sub here. And then you might think like, okay, but now it's like there's mid-range the entire time. Well, that's why we have these bands. Let me close some of these down. That's why we have these bands, because we can also automate the volume of this band if we don't want to have mid-range. So that's why we have this dedicated sub band. Let me just call this sub. And this is our mids. And then we can basically just automate the volume of this if we don't want any of those mids to come through. You need an electric tennis racket. Yeah, I got one of the old school ones here. I had an electric one, but it broke. And I guess I set too many flies with it. And yeah, I need to get a new one. They sell them at my work, but They were we ordered a whole bunch of them, but the supplier wasn't able to deliver them, so we didn't get them. Otherwise, I would have had one again, but I need to wait. I can order them somewhere else, but they have them at my work, so it should be fine soon. They might even already have gotten them at this point. I haven't been at my work for like a week, so because I was in bed with COVID, right? I also think we can do a slightly different automation here. Let's zoom in a bit more. Open this up a bit. I think we can do... let's see, that is one beat, so let's go a bit more like this maybe. I think I want to have one little extra thing at the end there. So maybe this up a little bit earlier. Yeah, something like that. And then obviously we can still distort and do the same kind of thing as what we did before on this file. Like, this is just the starting point now. And it's all a matter of now basically doing the same kind of thing as what I earlier did to make this file that's in the sampler, but then just really do it with a purpose at this point. Just really try and zone in on whatever you want it to be. Like, and right now I have this expression control here, which, you know, works, but it also means that every time it's different. And we might not want that, so we could also turn that off. And we could go into the sampler here, and we can automate this, obviously, but we could also maybe link it to something. We could do that here. We could also set the sample start to the velocity, for instance. That's a little trick. Like, if you like using this one and not using sampler, for some reason, was that last week? I believe it was last week when we did the crazy Neuro resampling thing. I was using sampler, and I was using sampler with the sample offset in sampler set to a macro, I believe, and we were automating that macro to get like different starting points, but it wasn't accurate. Every time it was just like slightly different, it would just trigger it from a slightly different place, even though it shouldn't. I found out that if you automate this one in simpler, it is actually a lot more accurate. And it does seems to just do the thing that it should do. So maybe that is what is happening. Maybe that's why. I don't know. We could switch this to velocity. Not sure why it's why it's starting not from the first section. What is the velocity of this MIDI note? It's 100. Okay, so if we bring this down to 1, it starts from the start. Cool. Let's bring that up to, let's see where we, okay, let's just bring this down a bit like that, and I'll just turn loop on. Okay, so it's not going to loop back to the start position here, it's just going to loop back to whatever the start position was where it started playing. Okay, cool. Give it a bit of fade maybe. Like that. But now we can use the velocity here to pick a different position. Ooh, I like that wow. I could also just automate it. Let's see if it's accurate if I do that. Let's just So it starts right after these two little spikes there. That's where it starts. Okay, cool. Let's just do this. Now it's gonna start from the start again. And let's just automate this. See what happens. So right around here. And now we could also, for instance, re-trigger it here and pick a different position. You hear a little bit of a thing there, but you can always fix that. I mean, a way to fix it maybe would be to just add a little glide here. Might actually work. I think it still picks a different sample if we do that. Oh no, it doesn't. Okay. You gotta do this in context though, otherwise. Now these ones I want to be more percussive, so we're probably gonna have to put that on a different track. But we can try it on this one track, because we could always automate this as well. So maybe put that on 24, let's see what happens. Can just put that on 24. Maybe even for that last bit as well. And then we can, let's open up these as well. Maybe add some mid-range to those. Like, what if we just here we want to have a bit of mid-range on here. Let's see what happens. And these are still playing the same sample, obviously, so... Ooh, that one is nice. And then maybe try a different one here. Come on. And then if we want to make sure that that next bit is re-triggering, we can do that, and then we can use the pitch bend to maybe give it a bit of a bend at the end if we want, but we don't necessarily need these two to glide, because are those lines tied to the sample start? These ones are right here. This is the filter down here, which I would probably just duplicate this now. And then we can go in here and make that longer. That one as well. And this one is the pitch envelope amount. And then I might want to change this a little bit. I wish there was a way to zoom out or zoom in on this. You can just do that, but it is what it is. Let's see what happens on 36. Really like that sound. Could even maybe decrease the attack a little on these, so that we get more of that. And then let's see, let me just consolidate that again. Let me just, yeah, we're not using the velocity anymore. Let me just do this for all of these, so that we can sort of like re-trigger it halfway. I think here in this section we can do maybe some other thing instead of the rhythmic things. Do that maybe. Let's grab the pitch bend as well. I think this section can have some pitch bend. Okay, let's do that right here at the end. Oh, didn't want to do that. Let's do this. Maybe we're gonna go down there at the end. Just make that a bit longer again. See, I really wish there was a way to zoom that so that it doesn't go. That's the one issue I think with this kind of thing, is that you cannot really zoom on this. So if you do this, it always cuts off the automation. I wish this would just, you know, just scale like the rest. But it is what it is. So let's close that down. Let's see. Maybe grab this, paste that here. Maybe pick a different position here. So that it sounds different from that one. And maybe we can change the filter movement a little bit as well over there. Maybe even do a little bit of a pitch bend here as well. That's the second time it goes around. Maybe we'll do a little bit. Just a bit. It's all about messing with these different things now. I think it can stop right there, maybe. Maybe even just there. And then have like some reverb thingy in between, or some swell thing coming up. let's just duplicate that. Duplicate this for now. Then let's just duplicate this as well. Any pack or recommendation with nice drums? Really depends on what kind of drums you want, honestly. Okay, this thing here can be different. I kind of feel like we want something else here. Something higher, with some higher pitch thing going on, but... Minimal drum and bass? Minimal drum and bass, good question. I mean, for minimal drum and bass, it doesn't really matter too much, honestly. You just need a lot of, like, small snares, you know? Like, really, like, rim-shotty kind of snares, stuff like that. So, like, most like, drums most packs that are aimed at, like, drum and bass or dubstep will most of the time have a lot of, like, these really big snares, but you don't need any of that in minimal drum and bass. It's all, like, really tiny snares, like rim shots, snaps, claps. So honestly, I would just collect a bunch of sample packs that you like, or that you think are nice. Like hip-hop sample packs, for instance, as well, could be pretty good for minimal drum and bass, because they usually have quite a bit of snaps and, like, rim-shotty type of, like, snares. Although the thing with hip-hop kits is a lot of times they are super fucking compressed and super clipped, so might not be the best thing to do. But I mean, there's even in Ableton, for instance, just so many samples that can work for that. It's all about how you process them. I would recommend a pack that I use a lot, but it's my own and it's not out, so can't really recommend that to you. But like these kind of rim shot kind of things, that's what you want to have a lot of. Those kind of snares, you know. But this is just my own custom pack that I often grab things from. And even for like other kind of things, I use these a lot, and then still I like, I guess like I start layering little bits of ones. Ghost Hack does have some good packs, yeah, true. I don't really have a lot of them, but they have some good packs. Let me see what I have in here. I guess the decap packs are kind of cool, but those, like I said, have pretty... They're really heavily processed, really heavily clipped, so that might not be the best thing. One pack that I always like is the... Let me check in my drum hits folder. Is the BHK Premium Drum Sample Pack. It's a really old one, but it has a lot of good, relatively clean sort of like samples in it that are pretty easy to work with, and you can still process them pretty heavily yourself because they're not too heavily processed yet. I don't have them in one folder because I split everything up into my own folders. So like I have them here, for instance, in the kick. As you can see, I have a folder here with like different things, and these are just some of the sample packs that I have, that I grabbed all the kicks from and put them all in one folder, because I hate it when I have to go through like individual pack folders and then go to the kicks folder and all that kind of stuff. No, I just want to have all the kicks in one place. So that's what I did here. But this pack right here, BHK, and then I believe it's called Premium Drums. Drums with a Z at the end. They're pretty good samples. Like, they're pretty old at this point, but as you can see, they're not like clipped to fucking death. So you can use these pretty well as like starting points to make drums with. Like, I wouldn't use them at the way they are, but I would definitely use these for like making drums with, if you get what I mean. So you can like make them shorter, for instance, if they're too long, because a lot of these might be too long. You can make them shorter, pitch them around, and then still at the end you can still add like some saturation to glue it all back together and make them all nice and loud. But that's the kind of issue with, for instance, the decap packs. Like, they're good for hip hop probably, because hip hop producers don't really go too much into depth with the whole sound design stuff. I mean, no fucking shade, but a lot of people that make hip hop will just be like, okay, I use the Justice kick, and I use the which snare? I use the butter snare, you know, and they'll just call it a day. At least from what I've seen, like, hip hop producers on YouTube, like, literally these people will just be like, yo, yeah, this the rapture snare, I use that in every track, and the blah 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 hi-hat, and I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you guys like that? Just have some creativity, mate. Just make some stuff, you know? But yeah, for minimal drum and bass, it's a lot about tight drums. It's a lot about making the drums tight, and that's why I love the BHK pack as well, because it also comes with a pitched category, which have like higher pitched samples, but even those are still relatively long. But like something like that, you could work pretty well on a minimal drum and bass track. You can just always just fade it however you want it. Like, you can always just make it as short as you want it to be. And that's why I like it when samples are a little bit less processed, a little bit cleaner. And then find something with a bit of a better transient, obviously. Like, these are my own samples, so you won't have these, but you get the point. And a lot about it is also just, you know, really processing things and working with it. Another good tip I can give you: use vocoders when you're doing drums. Vocoder is amazing. Can really make drums absolutely nice. Can even, I guess, chuck another vocoder in here if you want some noise. Maybe we'll I love making drums. Drums is such a fucking cool rabbit hole to get into, but it also is so powerful when you learn how to make your own drums. Because you get so much more control and so much creativity that you can do with it. Transient shaping is an absolute must when you're doing drums. Really good transient shaper, by the way. This thing. And saturator, your absolute friend. And another thing that is also gonna be your friend when making drums, frequency shifter. Frequency shifters are also amazing when you're doing drums. Maybe add some soft clipping here. And there you go, it made a drum sound from 2 samples that sounded nothing like it. And now it sounds like that. So you can literally make drums out of anything. That's the whole beauty of it. Add some Foley in here, maybe add a clap layer, whatever. There's so much stuff you can do. It is a bit of a rabbit hole to get into, but in my opinion, it's also one of the more fun rabbit holes when it comes to production. Like, I like making drums a lot, hence why I have this gigantic folder of like stuff here. Like, one day I'll release this pack, but for now it's still a work in progress, and it probably will be for quite a while. But like, all these samples were all made with similar kind of ways. Some started from just synthesis with Serum, others started from samples, like that for instance, straight out of Serum, so that comes out of Serum. There's also one that I think I did in Current, Faceplant Probeersel, Faceplant Snare. Where's the Current one? Straight out of Serum. Wasn't there one? I believe I did one in Current that sounded pretty cool. Oh, here. See, so you can... It doesn't really matter what you use. Really doesn't matter too much. What matters is how you use it and what you do with it. And if you can sort of like learn that, and I can definitely advise you to watch the deep dives, the deep dive on drum and bass drums videos that I did that are on my YouTube channel. They're basically videos talking about kick drum synthesis and snare drum synthesis, and I think I will do an updated one for the snare drum one, because I have some new cool things with Serum that you can now do with the new version of Serum. That might be good for another update for that series. But yeah, it'll definitely show you a lot about how to sound design drums from absolute scratch, using just Serum. If you have Serum, you should be good. You can follow along with the video. And they're pretty in-depth videos. They're not like a video. They're not a tutorial of like 10-15 minutes. They're like, I believe they're both what? Let me save. I believe they're both pretty long. Check real quick. They should both be probably like an hour or something. So it is a bit of a watch, but there's a lot of information in it. So, oh yeah, I did a third one as well. A deep dive into drum and bass breaks, which is all about addictive drums. So that one is pretty good as well. Yeah, the first one is 35 minutes. It's on kicks, making kicks from scratch. The second one is on snares, which is 45 minutes. And I also did one called a deep dive into templates, which I believe was also about drums, but I could be wrong. That one is 2 hours, but maybe not the most important one. The kick and snare ones are the important ones because it really teaches you how to do it from scratch. And then I guess the making drummer breaks from scratch, the deep dive into drum and bass breaks is also pretty good because that just goes over addictive drums and stuff like that. I have them all in a playlist, I believe, which I can link in the chat. Where's the playlist? A deep dive into drum and bass drum. There we go. Get link. There you go. That's the playlist. 3 videos. So the templates one is not in there. It's a separate thing. Well, if you have Serum 2, that's all you need. The most of the stuff will be the same because I did those videos with Serum 1. But honestly, everything that is in Serum 1 is also in Serum 2, so, and it's all kind of in the same place as well. It's just that they added stuff to it, so it's not really that different. You can follow along with Serum 2 as well. And it's really like, I guess, my most in-depth videos on how to do drums from scratch and just really learn that. Now, I think I'm gonna call it a quits for tonight now. It's over 2 a.m. and my ears are getting tired. But today was a lot of fun. We did actually make quite a bit of stuff. We didn't make a drop yet, but there's a lot of stuff here and definitely some direction that I like where this is going into. Just for a quick reminder, I will put the samples of like stage 1 for the Neuro bass kind of process on Patreon this weekend. So there will be samples like this. On the Patreon, and those you can put into a sampler or even just put them on an audio track and do like your filtering and distortion and all the extra kind of cool stuff that you want to do to it. And then the next pack will be basically a similar pack with single note bass files, but with a lot more crazier modulation, so kind of similar to the one that we currently have in here. That now sits in here. Where there's like a lot of movement and they're basically ready to put into a track. But that's kind of like stage 2 of the whole resampling process, I guess. So that will be for the next pack. We still have all the ones here now, actually. That's what we started with. Then it became that. Then it became that. I guess that was the first one. That was the first one. That is a later one. I don't know what the order is here. 2244. Ah, okay. So this was the first one. Then that one. That turned into that. And that then turned into into that. And that then went into that. And that's the final one. So I basically start from like one simple thing and then just, you know, you can see, you saw it in the stream, and if you don't, just go back to the start of the stream when it's done buffering, because probably, not sure if you can go all the way back now, but if you can, do that. But it's a fun process. I really like this method of making bass much more as opposed to just, you know, trying to make a bass inside of Serum and making it cool. No, that's usually not for me. Like, unless I really need a specific kind of bass sound, then sure. Like, if I need like a really specific like bass stab or a womp or whatever, sure, I'll sound design it in Serum or whatever other synth. But most of the time when it comes to bass, this is the process that for me just works a lot better. And I don't know why I haven't done this kind of stuff for so long, and why I've been breaking my head every time I got to the point where I need some bass in the stream, because I have had so many streams where we would have an intro and then get to the point where, okay, we need to add some bass, or we had like a intro with drums after it, and then we now need bass, and then I would start making a bass patch, and then I would just not get anything I like, and then I would get to the point where I start getting frustrated and rage quit the stream. I don't know why I haven't done this thing for so long, because back in the day when I did glitch hop and all those kind of things, I used to do this resampling stuff all the time, and it would work. So I'm kind of going back to those those roots, I guess. But hey, if it works, right? Don't fix what's not broken. Did I say that correctly? It doesn't matter. It's late. Anyways, thanks for tonight, guys. It was a lot of fun. I'll be back again next week on Friday, 8:30 to 9 p.m. Amsterdam time. I'll be in the Discord as well, so if you are not a member of the Discord yet, join the Discord. Link is in the chat, and link to the Patreon is in the chat as well. Pack will be up this weekend, so if you want that, you know where to check. Thanks. I hope to see you all again next week, and have a good night. Peace. I forgot that that snare was there. Have a good one, guys. See you next week.